What's up, guys? Hmm. So far, rejecting our 30-second opening range from this morning and previous day value low, and are now rotating down into this liquidity into 080. We really want to see 080 hold on NQ. That is kind of ideal. We want to see liquidity kind of be taken here, and then rotate back up if it was going to be holding from buyers. If this fails to look below, eat up sellers here and then rotate back up.
Down 0.4%.
I don't know if we're going to get a reversal anytime soon. It's kind of important that this area was going to hold, right? So we need to see this get back over very quickly, or I'm kind of expecting a bit more downside.
Israel Defense Minister says disarming Hezbollah was a war goal.
So I'm now watching this point as like a pretty strong offer if we can't give over this 80. Seeing as we just pushed right through it. And I think it's going to be one of those days where we're going to wait for RTY to find its reversal level. And once it does, we'll be able to look for something actionable. As long as that's continuing down, I think we might struggle a bit. But it is really important that we get back over. Yes, testing our ETH low now. I need us to show interest above this liquidity level, right? This 80 to 100 is just our stacked imbalance off of footprint. It is key that we show interest above these guys. All we've done basically right now is just retest our low.
And Israel's defense minister says no ceasefire in the north until the war goals are met.
Something I want to point out is we did what I wanted, which is take out our lows from Friday, and then we rotated back up. But the issue is that our supply above is still holding, right? So we rejected that and are now right back testing our lows again. So I'm not sure if this is going to be able to hold or if we're going to need to go deeper and fill this structure below, or if this balance is going to continue to maintain just like we were looking at yesterday. Hopefully, we either break highs today or break into this gap below. I don't really want another day of balance. Personally, I'm just not. I'm not here for it. I'm over it. So if we were gonna break again, we're probably expecting something like this, where ETH low goes resistance, and then we can then rotate back up and then continue onward. But ideally, our low kind of is found here, and we're able to pop. Now that we've taken these guys out, I just don't want another day of balance. It would be annoying. So far, really nice recovery of our 80. Into our 30-second opening range here on RTY. See if we can get back above. Nice job, Kolsky.
France's President Macron says the EU must synchronize financial regulation with the US. Israel's defense minister says Hezbollah must withdraw beyond the Litani River.
Very important area that we're testing on ES right now. Trying to make previous day value low supportive. Currently facing our view up and our previous day value low.
Defense Ministry headlines coming after Hezbollah fired 40 projectiles into Israel on Wednesday.
Again, Russell is at our 30-second opening range, holding it as resistance so far. We have basically three key liquidity levels here in this low. We have big volume at 60s, medium volume at 80s, and then big volume at 110. So I'm just looking to see if we can build out this 100, 110 and go back up, or if sell side is going to be able to hold this offer and we rotate back down. And we're just looking to see if sellers can really start to either force this move below 60, or buyers can get us back above this 100, 110 and make it supportive for rotation back up to 140. Uh, 140 being POC from the previous candle. And the top of this sell side liquidity. I am freezing. New 15's opening here in a couple seconds. See what our reaction is.
The dollar index hits the highest since mid-April at 106.5.
I have a very neutral opinion where we're currently trading. Again, this 80 to like 100 is just where we have a two-sided auction. It's kind of like the middle of our node, this being our overall structure. And I'm just kind of looking to see if buyers can either build this out and then recover, or if this goes resistance and then we break our lows and continue onward. I'm hoping that we go up, right? But gotta show interest above our previous day value low on ES, and we show interest above our 30-second opening range on RTY, and NQ can again get back over that 140. Until then, there's just a lot of sell pressure above us on NQ that we're going to need to be able to push through and get back inside value. the easier path might be downside until we can recover. So I'm just kind of paying attention to that. And the reason I say I hope we go up, even though sellers are in control right now, is just because like if we take out this low, we might have at least 1 or 2 more down days to fill this gap, which is it would be good for the market overall, but it just kind of creates a little bit more uncertainty with a lot of people then trapped up into the highs for the short term. I really wanted this to just kind of like be taken and then we go. This is much more of a pullback from the same level that I wanted to see from. Yeah. It's just we did the full range today overnight. Kind of annoying. Like when we test the high and the low into Glopex of yesterday, when we take out both sides basically, and then we are in the same place, it's just like, okay, we've already done the move today. So I need something new for me to feel really anything. Yeah, I would assume that we don't just see 57s if we reject, that we'll make new lows. So it's a pretty important area depending on which way we can pop. My downside target camp, if we do break our 60s and shows resistance below, or sorry, like a willingness to trade below, would be down into like 980, just to give a target for you. If we make our previous bottom resistance. Cards feel very messy today. See if I can clean this up. This is more of like just our neutral level. pivot above. Damn, it might actually be time to turn on my heat. Unfortunate. So far, bouncing off of our 80 level on NQ. ES sideways. Russell battling inside of our 30-second opening range. Still a very two-sided and neutral area that we're trading in on
Chinese chief
NQ.
economist says by 2035, the world will need 80 to 100 million barrels per day of oil in a net zero environment. They also say that non-OPEC supply growth will exceed demand growth over the next several years.
I can't tell if that's a threat or not that he's coming over, Surf. How'd you take it? Did you invite him? We've yet to see a sauce dinner pic, so I just assume that he is now dead in China. Rest in peace. Yeah, yesterday was a long time ago. It's the only way I'm gonna know he's alive is if he posts illegally onto Discord every day what he ate for dinner. Until then, he's dead. Yeah, surely mainland China chose the white man. With this Russell rejection, we might have full market in sync for downside here soon. Testing our value edge now on RTY. Just need to get out of here. Waiting for reactions. I need us over our pivot above or below our 80s on NQ. $50. Hopefully we have a decision. New 15s open then. BTC at 92K. Feels good, man. New 15s have opened. You guys didn't believe me? It's crazy. Yeah, well, the Doge Moon is stupid. But I understand. Department of Government Efficiency is crazy. Surf, do you read the new chapters when Sanderson releases them on his website, or do you wait for the full book? I saw that 28 and 29 came out yesterday, or like over this weekend. Gotcha. Yeah. It's so hard to avoid spoilers when he does this, though. Man's released like almost 30 chapters of the book. Yeah, true, but I don't know. It's just annoying. A lot can happen in 30 chapters. If you're long from 80s, 140 is where I expect resistance to be. We need to show very clear willingness to trade above 140 and build that out for me to change my tune. True. Immediate rejection off of our 140 edge, rotating back down. Watching to see if Russell can hold our 30-second opening range and get back above previous day value high. So far, rejection across the board, though. And shift this level now. This is offer. This is probably 20 as our pivot.
US Treasury 20-year and 30-year bond yields turn positive. 10-year yield now flat at 4.433%.
Another nice resistance into our 140. Watching to see how we do here at our POC on NQ. Gotta get out of here. I'm at 1 from 40 into our 195. And then I'm just going to leave a runner for
German
rotations
conservative
fully
leader
back down.
Merz says debt brake won't be changed for now.
This 95 has a little bit of liquidity though, so keep that in mind. That's why I've taken off 1. But if we can start to show interest below from the offer, this 90, 95 should be able to rotate fully back down to our lows, I'd assume. Big test here into our 115. Watching if our offer can hold a lower high. We got to show interest at these lower value areas. We're going to keep going down. If not, we're just going to rotate back up. Got to get below 180. And I want to see this just kind of like start to channel and then show interest below value for continuation, or interest above 140. And then we can battle with our 30-second opening range and recover previous day value low for upside. Until then, it's just looking at this as just like our seller trying to move off or down right now. I'm fine getting stopped out of this if need be.
Trump names Dan Scavino as deputy chief of staff.
Another rejection of our major pivot, pushing back down to our 100. It's your first risk off, just like before. Need to see a move below 80s, or we will continue to rotate. No change. 40 seconds, still doing 15s, still holding our resistance into our 25 to 40. ES and RTY sideways, no real movement, but they are attempting to hold up here. We are at our value edge and previous day POC on ES. Russell is below previous day value high and our current value high, just at our middle of our range. Holding our 30-second open. Just waiting for someone to do something.
New York Fed says third quarter credit card delinquency transition improved, auto and mortgage delinquencies worsened, and data suggests rising debt burdens are manageable, and elevated delinquency rates points to stress for many households. Credit card balances are 8.1% higher than a year ago. Credit card balances are up $24 billion from Q2 to $1.17 trillion. Mortgage balances rise $75 billion from Q2 to $12.59 trillion.
Yeah, I think the average American is living on credit card debt right now, Gav. It is only going to get worse. I don't think people are going into debt over t-shirts. Could be wrong. Jewelry? I think people are just trying to afford groceries, but
So Trump is said to endorse Mike Johnson as House Speaker.
can we please get out of here? Jesus. Is that supposed to be a sentence? Another rotation back down to our lows, watching our 80s for secondary target. But again, this is where we have seen some passive buying. We're watching to see if our offer will step into this 100 and make this our resistance, further shifting us down. Again, I just see this 125 to 140 as our offer, and this is just a bear flag as of right now. Surely you're not mad about the government forgiving some student loan debt. Or you want your credit card debt removed as well because you didn't have student loan debt. Is that what you're saying? Trying to understand. Student loan makes way more sense. That's productive. Credit card debt is just irresponsible, you know? Do you think an 18-year-old's gonna walk into a bank and get a 150K loan? Yes, it happens every day. What do you mean? For college. What do you mean besides? You can't just put that asterisk in now. They do it every day for student loans. What do you mean? What else are they purchasing? Well, you also can't do it without a cosigner. I don't know if you've applied for student loans before, but you're not getting that money. You're not getting 150K if you don't have a cosigner. You're going to a cheaper school.
Trump has arrived at the White House.
Bitcoin is almost 93K. Goodbye. Oh my god, get me out of here. $50 until new 15s. You probably won't see clear buying, Dan, until ES is over over 020, and NQ is safely trading over 140. It just doesn't make sense for them to be here, other than just like buying these like slight dips. We just have so much divergence in the market, so you'll probably get a squeeze. We'll try to trap, and then we'll see if there's any continuation or not. But so far, I've seen like a complete unwillingness to trade above. So if anything, it's just trapping liquidity for a push down, or we see a very clear buyer engage above after a squeeze candle, showing us that we want to continue higher. I just really have not seen anything bullish about this move so far. Like, yes, someone is clearly buying these lows, but we're not going anywhere from it as of yet, so I need to see some more. Or I'll just believe in what do you consider a squeeze candle? Well, a candle that is one-sided trading on a break of a pivot that pushes through with speed and doesn't have any retests. A squeeze. We want to see acceleration on tape. We want to see a push through, a complete lack of sellers willing to absorb. You're not getting a squeeze candle if there's passive sellers on the other side willing to absorb. We need to punish. See if that was enough. No, because they were absorbed. We didn't hold, we didn't push any higher. It's exactly what I just said. There's passive sellers that were waiting to fill those orders, and we immediately pushed down. There's no squeeze. All we did was absorb. Would that wick exist on your chart right now if we squeeze, right? If we squeeze through and then we saw a lack of sellers? I mean, even if you go to a 1 second chart, that was completely absorbed in like a second, you know? Inside that candle, we just absorbed like close to 400 lots. You need to see much more from buyers. Is NQ testing our 30-second opening range low, RTY inside our 30-second opening range, and ES just doing low grind up right now. I'd like to see retests across the board. I am not bullish on NQ until we can show previous day value low is supportive and hold our 30-second opening range high. 10 seconds until new 15s. We're watching to see if our pivot can now hold as supportive on this look above. I need to see secondary buyers be able to show a willingness to trade. Or we're just going to trap. We want to see ES hold our value edge and flag here. We want to see Russell hold our 30-second opening range and flag here, and recover our previous day value low and 30-second opening range high as supportive for a rotation up to POC. So far holding. ES retesting our halfway back and edge, NQ retesting our value edge. Watching for bids. Russell also at our halfway back and day open. Do we just trap people up here, or can we build higher?
So Fitch Ratings say the US election will have a meaningful policy implications for the global credit.
We don't see buyers here into our 140 to 125 and hold. It'll be a insanely nice trap, and then we'll look for a continuation down. We never got our long opportunity because we never were able to hold above our previous day value low. So we're going to watch here to see if buyers are active. If they are not, we will be looking for a sell side offer to push this back down and then continuous. Buyers need to be present here. They put in so much effort to try to push through this 140. And if we rotate back down, I have zero faith in them. Out one here into 100. Same trade as before, 25 to 100, or 40 from 100, or our high from 100. At no point have I been bullish. This is your first risk off though. Once 100s dip, I'll be looking for our rotation down into this passive liquidity that we've been so far holding. Need to see us be able to breach below and then get a secondary move below our value edge for continuation, just like earlier. Until then, this is our range. Again, there is nothing bullish until I see us recover yesterday's auction low and our day open on NQ. Without that, all we've done is trap. We've been risking off into 95, 100 on every single one of these rotations so far, and so we will do it again because we don't know if this guy is gone or not. What we want to see happen is a new low with all of these new trapped traders and all of this liquidity that's been put into the market. We should ideally be able to hold for longer. Watching our 30-second opening range edge. Again, need to see buyers over 170 and reclaim our previous day value. Yes, held our previous day POC and our day open so far and is fully rotating back up. Russell still in downtrend. Do we have a support email? I think it's just support at the financial cloud dot at the financial dot cloud. But I would just message Darian on Discord to get a message faster.
So in 10 minutes time now, at the top of the hour, we see the release of the EIA's short-term energy outlook report.
So Semaphore reporting on X says Republican US Senator Scott eliminated from leadership contest in the first round of voting. So Thune and Cornyn advance on to the second round of voting.
We gotta show interest up here at NQ or the same shit's gonna happen again. It is crucial. 50 seconds until the 15s, just rotating between our 30-second opening range high and low. Russell still in our downtrend. ES holding our 20 as supportive.
Energy outlook report.
Not a ton of actionable trades as of yet in this area. Watching for this new 15 opens in 30 seconds.
So look into the EIA's short-term energy outlook report now. So the EIA sees the 2024 Brent price averaging $80.95. Prior forecast was $80.89. For next year, they see it at $76.06. The previous was $77.59. 2024 US oil output seen at 13.23 million barrels per day. Prior forecast 13.22 million barrels per day. So little changed. And for next year, little change to the downside as well at 13.53 million barrels per day. So US oil production to average 13.44 million barrels per day in November from 13.45 million barrels per day in October to average 13.52 million barrels per day in December.
How do I avoid the false breakouts from the white zone? Because the zone for me, this is a neutral zone. This isn't a breakout zone. So what I need to see is like a very clear willingness to trade above and show that this is our, because this is our pivot, right? This is our morning auction. This is the first 30 seconds of the market where liquidity started to pull back in from overnight, right? So we have rebalancing happening here. So we expect this zone to be choppy. This is a neutral area. So when we have an actual break or breakdown, we should have a very clear shift in our flow that's letting us know that this wants to go supportive. So until then, I have to treat this as resistance because the overall market has showed zero interest in holding above it so far today. When it does, we should have a very clear depiction of this rotation back up, and then we can look for the gap, right? But until then, like there's just, we know a seller sitting here.
Excuse me, media reports Republican US Senator Thune elected as the majority leader in the secret ballot.
Secret ballot. Like I gotta see more than, you have to remember that this is a 15-second chart, right? So what we're watching for now, I mean, we're going to get chop that looks like this. It's just, it is what it is. What I need to see is like a willingness to actually hold above. And something that you can do for yourself is on the higher time frame, are we showing any interest above this area? Just because we look into it doesn't mean that we're actually showing any sort of like real solid interest, right? All that we've done, if you look on the 15-minute, is absorb, 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 absorb. So we need to see actual participation above this area and a willingness to hold, which I think we can see, right? We're showing a very clear shift But buyers need to really show their hand here, I think, relatively soon with this POC shift, because we have a lot of people who are now trying up in these highs. And these previous rotations, right, they were trying down here into our 100 area. So if we're now seeing a shift where POCs are now stacking up here, this means one of two things, right? Like, well, it means one thing. It means that there are both buyers and sellers who are now attempting up here, right? So who is going to win out this battle? Ideally, we go up, right? Like that's what everyone wants. So we need to see buyers actually show a bit more interest and start to hold and break out of this stacked POC area. Because if they don't, we're just going to, again, trap and we're going to rotate right back down. There is zero interest in anything in between. We know that there's liquidity here, and we know that there's liquidity here. Everything in between is just a rotation. So for me, I'm not looking for initial breaks. I'm looking for secondary moves to play off of. And if it doesn't see a secondary move, I'm not in the position. I haven't taken any longs today. And I haven't touched this area. I played a short here off of this rejection on a look above our previous high, and then a look below, and then retest because we have someone who's trapped. And then I played that down, but other than that, I haven't touched anything since. Because even price action wise, like I don't see a good short setup here. We have been creating equal highs. We haven't trapped anyone above. We haven't broken our lows, and we haven't retested, right? We're just chopping. So I need to see either someone off sides, or I need to see like a very clear shift. So for like a short setup, I would want to see a look above this, a look below, a reoffer into this, showing a clear shift from our sellers below our previous buyers, and then we can then rotate down, right? Because we now have trap traders, we've stopped out buyers, we then reoffer, showing a clear shift from our sellers up here to now here, and then we can go down. So that's like what I'm looking for on both sides.
0.55575.
And so for buyers, what do we need to do? Well, we need to see a clear shift where we stop out shorts above, and then a clear like structural retest, and then new liquidity kind of showing interest above for continuation higher. That's all I'm really watching for. This looks good so far. I'm just not in the trade. I'll play the secondary move. Excuse me. There's nothing wrong with Russell. It's not breaking out, but all it's doing is holding our 15-minute VWAP. It doesn't need to break out for us to go up. It just needs to not fall down. That's the most important thing on days like today where we're tech heavy. So this is a really solid look above, Julian. So I'll be looking for bids for secondary buyers if we can hold on this candle. We're getting some squeezing action now. So pullbacks now actually have some precedence for us to actually continue higher. Our first level of interest to watch here is this 180, where we saw a bid really try to step in. There's about this 180 to like 175 is our first area of interest to see if buyers are actually serious or if we're going to need a more serious pullback here. Immediate liquidity found so far. Let's see if we can get follow through. So the issue is if these guys go off sides who are really attempting here into this 180, 175, then we're going to have issues again where we're going to have to rotate down. So we want to see these buyers now really show interest at this edge, flag this, hold our previous structural break, and then continue onward if they're going to be serious. I'm about 1 here into our high, and I'm just going to leave a runner from 80. See if we can build this out. I think we can target 205 ideally. How did I find 80 as our first area of interest? Just footprint and our where we have a ton of buying deltas here above. We have buying deltas from 173 to 180 in a decent sized block. And then we had a lot of active buyers on footprint delta at that same area. So it's like either these dudes are going to be trapped or we're going to see a significant hold. It's also our shift where we saw absorption being taken place the last time we tested up here. If we scroll left, we can see that this is where this liquidity was. So it's just like, okay, we've now looked above, and now I want to see if there's going to be a secondary participant here into this edge from where these guys were trading previously. I might get stopped out on my runner. I'm not leaving it break even. Here, this is what I'm seeing, Camille. You see where all these buyers are on our delta delta by price on the right at that 180. I can show it here on stream as well. So we've got all of these buyers that were pushing up into this candle. So I'm looking for, when we pull back into it, for buyers to show interest here because we have a lot of market buys that happened on our historical. It's our edge of our volume profile. And we've seen active buyers on our individual candle, right? Our most recent candle. So we have historical buyers here We have our tail on our actual volume profile here, and then we have active buyers on our candle currently here. So it's like either we're holding here or we're going to have to rotate back through this range that we were trading in earlier. So like if secondary buyers were going to try, it would have been there, which it was. Now we just need to be able to build it out. $20 seconds until new 15s. There's your 205 target. And that was my first long trade of the day. As crazy as that is. Waited for us to recover our open before I took a long, just following my plan. Everything else was a short below. Doing dishes. I'm tagged into 1375, but nothing yet.
Syrian state media says initial reports of Israeli aggression targeting Syria's Homs countryside.
Another rejection on RTY, 30-second opening range low is a little rough for us. Gonna have to watch to see what happens at the bottom of our oscillation here. NQ held our 205, 212. No change. Just back to POC here from previous candle on NQ, watching to see if buyers are here. ES held our 3250. Gotta wait for R2I to lose momentum. I don't see anything actionable yet, boys. Just gotta wait. Russell rejection is pretty rough. So we're just back to our 30-second opening range here on NQ. Ideally, buyers are able to continue to be found into 170, 160. That's what I'm going to be watching for, but we need Russell to stop falling.
Thune says the Republican team is united behind Trump's agenda. This is after Republican US Senator Thune was elected majority leader in the secret ballot, according to media reports. Again, now says Republican team united behind Trump's agenda.
Trump's agenda. Good hold so far off of our 30-second opening range edge. Still waiting on Russell to get back over. Ideally 14.6 and then bid again. Seeing a bit of relief here off of our stacked and reversal signal, right, off of PVZ, but I want to see us recover this and then bid and rotate back up. So I want to see a secondary buyer here on RTY for any sort of real shift, or I kind of just expect the sell side to be sitting here. I did not take this low trade. I'm just sitting. Yeah, so for the 80 to 205, it was the break and then hold, right? So we aren't interested in chop. I have zero interest in this. But if we're seeing clear buyers at higher lows and we have a clear bid that is now willing to hold above our previous sellers, right, which is into the 75.80, which is what we were looking for, I'm interested because we saw two things happen, club. We saw a break out of our range that we were chopping in. We saw an interested party above our previous highs. We saw an active bid step in to push us up. And we saw a very clear historical level that we were holding as resistance. So for me, when we come back into here, I'm now watching this active bid, understanding that we've now broken structure. We've gotten an active push out of it. And now we're looking to retrace and retest before going long, going for continuation, right? So this area now has interest to me because we've showed more than just a wick above. We've showed an interested party actually stepping up and being able to push price higher from it. So when we come back and retest, it has a lot more interest to me compared to just a candle wicking above and then me being like, oh, price went higher, we got to break out. It's like, no, I need to see an actual participant willing to take in sides above, which is what we did, right? And then it's like, okay, we've now done that. I can play this rotation into our next area of where we saw sellers previously, right? Which is 205. And I can use this as our our rotation, but I can't expect that same liquidity to be holding there on a next attempt. It's just not, it doesn't make sense. It's a one and done type of deal until I see a bit more. All I'm looking is for these guys down here to have been punished, and so we're looking for the rotation back up. We know the seller is still up here, so we got to just play back down to this structural level now. And now it's just a waiting game. If I had Russell also pushing up with it, maybe this would have been a different story on retest, but we saw Russell weakness, not strength. And because of that, I don't have a trade. Because at the same time that this topping was happening, this is where I was like, okay, Russell's getting a little sus, because we weren't able to get back over our 30-second opening range, right? Our day open. So as soon as we see this rejection and we see this weakness here on RTY as NQ is into our pivot, we now have a market in sync with ES as well. So should I be looking for a pullback if all three are showing weakness at the same time?
Base, including by banks, and the issue will confront the next administration as well. So China and the US pre-notified each other of respective ICBM launches for the first time this year, according to a senior administration official. So Biden and Xi are expected to take stock of their relationship.
What was the red box? This was our pivot from yesterday, 205, 212. This is our low, and I don't know, it's just our old highs. But it is our pivot from this liquidity here. From Tuesday. Here, without my drawings on, it might be easier to see. This is a pivot from yesterday. This 205 area was super important, where we saw like a very active seller step in to rotate us down. It flipped from buy side to sell side. That one was solely. Let me actually check. I don't want to speak incorrectly. The 205 is from PVZ, but the same zone could be found on Footprint itself. It showed as well. So PVZ just did it automatically for you yesterday at 205. And if you were on a Footprint chart on a 15-minute, the same zone would have been found from 212.50, I believe. Oh, no, that's solely PVZ. But 205 would have been found on Footprint no matter what. And remember, like, PVZ is just our value shift for the period, so it is a volume profile. Just for that last period of the day. That's all those PVZ levels are, just our volume profile separated into 3 separate profiles throughout the day. Now it's a waiting game again, sadly. RTY trying to find a low. Again, I'd love to see this recovery of 14.6 on RTY for confirmation. Still holding our 180 pivot on NQ. I'm not very interested in these secondary bids yet, personally. If you are taking them, they're profitable, but 10 points is not really anything. Basically just chop. I'd like to see a confirmation that Russell wants to reverse. This 90 hold isn't bad for first signs. I could see this going into 200 here. Again, until I see RTY show interest in this downtrend break, I personally will probably not be taking anything. I'll let you know if I see something interesting on NQ, but this just looks like chop to me on NQ for right now. 90 bid still holding. Russell slight uptrend, but nothing crazy. Gotta get out of this choppy area. It's like a really bad 3-bar with a huge wick at the highs. I've just like no interest. Drop continues, my friends. I think below 175, we could potentially see some acceleration down to 150, 145-ish, potentially, if we can trap. Kind of keeping an eye on that. I need to see like a very clear hold below, or this is just going to look back through. But if we can see sellers start to really show interest at this edge, I think we can rotate back down to our low here. Until then, buy side's still willing to hold this pivot, and we keep rotating. Just keeping an eye on RTY to let us know. There's definitely a seller like trying a bit harder here into this 180, 175, so it's worth keeping an eye on. 30 seconds until new 15s. I think we watch for a strong reoffer from this edge into our new 15 and then see if there's a play that's based off of that. Again, like buyers are in this low. We need to see a very clear shift from them. And ideally that happens right onto a new 15, giving us a little bit more acceleration potential. Because if not, we just rotate back up to 190 very quickly. New 15's opening now. RTY holding our low so far. And there's your full rotation back up. Russell also holding low is helpful. Again, watching our 14.6 high to let us know if we're going to be able to breach or this will just rotate down again. We are trapped in this range. I'm watching, again, this to be the top of our oscillation for a loss of momentum or our breakout confirmation. So keep that in mind. RTY looking above. Let's see if we can get a continuation. NQ top of range, but doesn't look terrible, right? We held where we needed to. Just need to see a clear shift above our 205.
In this time now, at the top of the hour, we're expecting possible comments from Fed's Musalem, who speaks on the US economy and monetary policy, followed by a moderated conversation and audience Q&A at the Economic Club of Memphis. A text is also expected.
Tons of liquidity sitting at 205 on NQ. Russell trying to flag it out here at our pivot.
It's been 5 minutes time now at the top of the hour. We expect comments from St. Louis Fed President Musalem, who speaks on the US economy and monetary policy, with the text and Q&A expected. 1 minute now until we expect the text release from Fed's Muslim.
Muslim. "30 seconds until new 15s and news releases. Pushing into our next pivot here on NQ into our previous day value high. Russell is holding our pivot so far, but is sideways. Worth noting. As long as it's not falling, we still have the ability to keep pushing on NQ. New 15s opening now. Looking like
Fed's Muslim says the US central bank
buyers need to be
normalized
found
mildly
into a dip
price
into
inflation.
20s.
Inflation is expected to converge to 2% target over the medium term.
Yeah, or we
Recent
can just keep
information
going
suggests
higher.
that the risk
We'll
of
see what
inflation
happens.
moving higher has risen, while risks to the job market remain unchanged or have fallen. The business sector is generally healthy, though small businesses and those in consumer discretionary market are seeing slower earnings growth. Recent high productivity could have recent high productivity could prove durably structural, but that remains uncertain. Growth is broad-based and driven by consumption, income growth, productivity, and supportive financial conditions, as well as wealth effects. Strong economy is on track for a solid fourth quarter, and the labor market remains in the range of full employment. Further rate easing is appropriate if inflation continues to fall. Monetary policy is to remain appropriately restrictive while inflation remains above 2%. Monetary policy is well positioned, and the Fed can judiciously and patiently judge incoming data to decide on further rate cuts. Pressure in services industries is slowly abating. Core consumer price index and core personal consumption expenditures price index remain elevated. And Muslim says, I am attuned to the risks of rising layoffs, though disorderly deterioration of the labor market is unlikely given health of the businesses.
Okay. That's been on the wrong side of every single one of my trades today. Beautiful. You love to see it. I'm risking off here into a previous day value high. I'm flat from 20. I'll wait for our next move. I think that there's a chance that we can rotate higher up into 275 on NQ. So if you're in a runner that is a better average than me, I think it's probably worth staying in. But I'm in from here, so I'm just going to exit into our previous day value high in ETH, right? It makes sense to me. If we can start to build above this, I think we have one more rotation up into 75.80 around here. But I'll enter when we see it, right? I just want to risk off into our auction high here. Wait to see what happens. But if you have a better average than I did, then I think it's probably worth staying in. Like if you're in from 180 or from our 170, right, our 30-second opening range, like beautiful trade, worth staying until we see like significant weakness. Yeah, I would have gotten stopped out here, so I'm glad I exited. Just back to our pivot here, 20s, previous POC of candle, watching to see if bids hold. It was just looking a little weak for me. This is how we are currently building out right now on Footprint. Oof. So definitely some sell side pressure here into our 20s, but we've got a very clear buyer who's attempting here. And we're just rotating between our previous day value high, which is up here, into our like 38.40, and then this buyer at 20s. So if this buyer continues to hold, awesome, right? We build out this node here, and we get a new buying node. If this fails, I just don't have a lot to go off of until back down into like 200 if 220 goes resistance. So I'm going to let this build out a bit more, see if we can hold previous day value high as supportive for a continuation higher, or if we're going to need to fill in some of this structure here between 200 and our 240. I just don't know how much we're going to need to build this out. I'm just really paying attention to these sellers who are so far getting absorbed into 220. Again, like nothing's bearish about this action. I just don't know if a bigger pullback is going to be needed after our hold of our 170, 180. So that's kind of my idea. And you can see that on our footprint as well, where like this, there's just nothing in between here. So, or so not footprint, our volume per chart, right? We've got a node above, we've got a slight node at 220, and then we've got a void again below us. So what happens if this 220 doesn't hold, right? Okay, well, we fill. So I'm going to need to see like a pretty strong either bid here from our 220s and then a secondary move here. And then we want to see a very clear continuation above ETH in previous day value for rotations further. So you've got two opportunities, one which is a scalp from another clear hold here, and then a rotation into previous day values be your target. Personally, I'm probably waiting for this, or a dip low and then recovery of this 20. Those are the two things that I'm watching for right now. It just looks like chop to me, and you know I don't want to trade chop, so I get out whenever I start to notice like a lull. Yeah, nice and chill. I'm not sure if we need a pullback or that's a little bit further. Like, there's clearly someone buying at 20s, but the problem is that if this guy doesn't hold, then we rotate back down to 200 rather quickly. So I'm flat, just waiting for Russell to find a low again, and then waiting to see if we can trap someone down here. There's like two basic ideas that I've kind of laid out. Is like we trap sellers outside of our balance, and this being our current balance, right? We need to trap someone to this low and then do a very clear recovery, which is what we're attempting to do right now. And that gives you a rotation back up to our highs. But for me to feel comfy in a long, I need to see like a very clear hold above ETH high and our previous day value high, something like this. But you should be able to look for trap sellers and then look for rotations back up for scalps right now. Until we see like a very clear sell side offer below 20s, then we can rotate down. And just wait for RTY confluence. Ideally, right? But for me, I don't see anything other than like choppy balance, so I'm flat. But I do think that there's the Mario setup is coming into full play here potentially with the look above and fail, look below and fail, and then directionality. New 15's opening now. See if this 20 can go offer into new 15 or if it's going to cause another push. Unsure as of yet, but looks a little weak.
Shortly expecting the results of the Fed reverse repo operation.
I need coffee. Recent leg up. Oh, I didn't play this most recent leg up. I was looking for. We had two options on this move, Julian, from this big old candle. We had either sellers into the new 15. We're going to immediately find buyers again into our 30-second opening range, which is this gray box, right? Where we've been finding liquidity so far into our 170, 180. Let me move this over. Which is what happened. Or we were going to see sell side show a shift from our buyers being here to then our offer going lower for a rotation down to 150. And I wasn't sure, so I didn't play either side. But we got our bid and then a very strong look above. And with this look, we see a very active buyer stepping in, creating an imbalance on footprint and in price as well. And that's giving you a pretty strong cue that we're going to break highs and rotate to a new high. So for me, if you were looking to play something like this, it's just seeing that there's clearly an active buyer. We've created an imbalance, right? And then looking to see how off of that imbalance, if we can hold for continuation higher. But it looks good to me with this bid stepping in and then printing on footprint. And then it's just rotating up into our next pivot, which is where I took off previous day value high. So for me, I played this rotation from here to here, waiting for this structure to break because I wasn't sure if we were going to get a short or a long off this edge. But as soon as we print that buyer, like I'm all for it. So fine risking in one here, and then I risked another one into 20s, and then sold this one, and then sold another one into this. So for my 20 average. Not like the greatest trade in the world, but it was a good recovery from not getting in from the squeeze candle up. And now it's just a waiting game. And the reason I exited position is because we weren't showing a ton of interest here, and we started to see Russell curl over. So as soon as Russell stopped just oscillating and showed a bit more weakness and our offer stepping down, it's a slight step down, but it's a important one. Right, we're making new lows and we're holding this now as a channeling down. So I'm just seeing like overall weakness kind of stepping in on the ladder itself. And as that's happening, I see NQ also coming into a pivot. So it's like, oh, okay, we're kind of losing momentum here. So I'd rather be flat because I expect either chop or downside action short term. And my average is only 20. So it's like I'm going to get wicked out for a break even. So I might as well take 20 points and call it a day. Wait for our next setup. Hopefully that makes sense. I'm a little rambly today.
It's 1:30 a.m. Sorry, 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. We expect comments from Fed Schmidt, who gives keynote remarks at an energy conference hosted by the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas and Kansas. Text is expected.
You need to see buyers like show a decent amount of strength here if this is going to be valid at 20s. If this doesn't hold, like I don't see anything. This is just not it.
In 5 minutes' time, we expect comments from Fed Schmidt, who gives a keynote remarks at an energy conference hosted by the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas and Kansas City. Text is expected. One minute till we get the comments from Fed Schmidt. And Fed's Muslim says, I expect the economy to grow closer to 2% rate going forward. So Fed Schmidt says, I won't let enthusiasm over rising productivity get ahead of data or commitment to reaching the Fed's goals. And I hope productivity growth can outrun the effects of slowing population growth and rising fiscal deficits. The Fed can cut. The Fed rate cuts today are an acknowledgement of growing confidence inflation is on the path to the 2% goal. And it remains to be seen how much of the more Fed will cut rates and where they may settle. Fed's Muslim says monetary policy is restrictive, but financial conditions overall are supportive of economic activity.
Back up to our previous day value high here off of our hold bar 20s. Russell also being able to make higher lows. Not much here, just retesting our wick high. We're waiting to see if sell side's sitting or not. The action so far has been basically 3 bars of consolidation and then breakout. So we'll see if that happens again. It's the same thing that happened down here when we got this wick above, and then we held our low, and then we continued higher. So waiting for a similar reaction here, ideally, but no confirmation as of yet, where we're able to hold our mother bar, and then we're able to consolidate for 3 bars, and then we pop. So far, just a range as of right now, but there is potential if Russell can continue pushing onward. I am flat.
So the Dixie hits a 1-year high at 106.52. Fed's Muslim says it's hard to derive much signal from most recent jobs report, low number clouded by storm and other impacts. So new Senate Republican leader Thune says we will ensure Trump has tools and support needed for the agenda.
The agenda. Not ominous at all.
And Senate Republican leader Thune says we will ensure Trump can restore the US energy dominance.
See if buyers can hold this look above. Testing our previous day value high and ETH high so far. We either trap a lot of buyers up here or we get a larger break. Looks good so far. I'd love to see us continue to hold this 50 and rotate up to 75s like we've been talking about. It was a while ago. I don't know if people remember, but if we continue to do this, maintaining of our previous day value, and now hold over 50s, 75s are on the table, 75s are on the table. Just need to see a bit more continuation here.
At 2 p.m. Eastern Time, we get the US federal budget balance prior 64 billion.
Come on, RTY, double bottom for us.
Fed's Muslim says, I do not think the dollar's status is challenged by cryptocurrencies. At 2 p.m. Eastern Time, we get the US federal budget balance prior 64 billion.
I got stopped out 1 into 65 there. Just realized I have 2 left. One next PT I have at 69 and then 75 above, or just stop hitting directly into 50s. There's nothing really else here for me. I took 1 off into 65 though, just as we're slowly inching our way up and Russell is retesting our low. Yes, at our value edge. Price action is just molasses. '65 is being offered again. RTY new low. Again, there is weakness in the market right now. We really need to see NQ bid or expect us to come back down to that yellow box for a seek of liquidity.
One minute till we get the US federal budget balance.
news in like 15 seconds and new 15-minute
Fed
candles.
says the baseline of interest rate costs appears to be higher than people thought a year or two ago.
New 15s opening now.
Minus 257.45 billion, minus 257.45 billion.
My Dom's acting up again. So annoying. RTY is still leading down. NQ going for our yellow zone below, seeking buy side. At our 52, 50 area. This is where our bid was last time. We just need to see if they're still present or if we're going to need to fill a bit. And then go for liquidity. These inside candles are so annoying. You get one good candle and then 3 inside bars and then one good candle. Subflex. I don't know if I'm staying for the full session. This is a very tiring session. I might dip out here if we don't get another trade in the next like 15 minutes. See if we can hold. Basically just looking for buyers to be able to be found here. Anywhere in this general zone or a push into our highs, with Russell also being able to break downtrend. That doesn't happen and this LVN isn't going to hold, then we're just going to rotate back through. I don't think there's like a really great bearish play until a break of 30s and rotation down, but we gotta show the willingness to get rid of those buyers at 30. Right now, we're just looking into the secondary group of buyers that are here in this LVN that we just tested. So I want to see like a pretty strong bid if secondary buyers are going to hold. If not, then it's going to be a steeper retrace back into this previous basing. We could even put a fixed range on this just to show. Wait for them to show themselves. Is that enough? I want us back over 50s for bids. Or we'll just continue to offer. Came back down to our original basing. Now is our test. Need over 50s for confirmation. Russell still holding our pivot, leading downward. This is a very important edge for buyers. We lose these guys, we now then have tons of people trapped. So keep an eye on your previous day value edge and see if this offer can now defend this. This is key for sell side. Buyers want to reclaim and rotate up, and then we can retest highs. What's up, Ty? Yeah, I mean, there's been a couple of trades that have been okay. It's a very slow market today. I'm starting to get a headache though, so I don't know how much longer I'm gonna be here. Go take a 30-minute shower and then take a nap. No, I don't have a tub at all. But I do have one of those like rain showers. It's pretty relaxing. 10 shower head shower. That's ridiculous. I don't know how quick this look is going to be into 20s. Just understand that there's liquidity here. We got to show interest below it, or it'll be our first risk off for shorts from this secondary move from sellers. This is getting a little iffy. We want to see acceleration relatively soon. Again, my entire idea for a secondary move for a short here is getting below this selling block here. This is our selling block. If we can start to build below this and we get rotations down, but you have to understand, like, if this is your offer, we're rotating through our previous range. This is the bottom of our range. You want to take a little off into this, and then we might be able to get a secondary move if we can get this move below. Bulls want to get back above 50. RTY is still leading down. Oh boy. You were probably the last resident she paid water for. Immediate bid into 20. Just rotation up. We're seeing if we can trap here and a look above, or if we'll actually be able to rotate back over 50s and hold. You'll have a new 15-minute candle in 1 minute. I'm hoping that sparks whatever the next leg is. Jesus flex. I haven't seen any homeless in a while, man. I think they did an initiative to get them all off the street in Cleveland. It was bad for like 2 weeks. And by bad, I mean there was like I don't know, 5 or 6 more than the usual people who are just kind of like asking for money. But I haven't seen anyone recently. Hopefully they are all homed.
So Israeli officials say as of now, the Iranians have withdrawn from their decision to respond to Trump's election. So Israeli officials say as of now, the Iranians have withdrawn from their decision to respond. Trump's election had an impact on Iran's decision on whether to retaliate, although even before that, they were debating the if, how, and when.
Yeah, I'm sure NYC is really bad right now. I always feel so bad in the winter. That's got to be so rough. They bussing in illegal immigrants. Imagine being bussed in to be homeless. Testing 20s here again off of that failure to push above, just basically trapped, and then continue. We want to see the offer really try here into 20s. Look below. This is good. There's your acceleration below 20. I'm gonna delete full pathing now that this is played. Oops, deleted the wrong thing. See if we can get a continuation with 20 now holding offer. Russell leading us down still. Note this is our previous day value low on RTY.
According to CNN,
So
it
potential
lost control of U.S. House.
A potential area for a bit of relief if we don't see this. We want to see this basically like immediately bid if we're gonna go up. Any sort of like chop here and then rotations down, continuation. It's just going to lead to more downside. I'm looking for ideally a dip into this liquidity.
So the Republicans are projected to win the House majority, securing the Republican trifecta.
The Republican trifecta. This might be it for me. Oh, my head's killing me. Buyers show an interest into 2025, or there's nothing here. Again, Russell's just sideways, so you're getting some relief on NQ and ES. But if Russell makes this new low, which it's doing now, it's really rough to try to look for more. I'm gonna head out. My eye's twitching now, so I actually just need to go. This is all the signs of a migraine. I will be on tomorrow, of course. I will see you all then. I'm looking for either a look into 75s into close or a rotation back down to our 15-minute VWAP down here into our 50 to 60. I wouldn't expect this move. I'd expect buy side to kind of be here into 80s if we do get the dip. So if we can't get back over our 50 and start to bid, and Russell continues to lead down, look for a dip into the 80s. See if we get a decent reaction from this. If we do, great. Look to play that up for a scalp. And then from there, if we lose 80s, I think that you get this pool, this dip into 50s into close. That's kind of my general playbook for the end of day right now. Seller is very clearly above us. We need to see this guy get overturned and get back into this range above us. There's someone taking in a ton of size at 34 on ES, so we can probably shift this level. He is just more than willing to take in size on ES there. So let's do this. But yeah, we've been seeing a reversion to our 15-minute VWAP into end of day for the last 3 days. I feel like we saw it a lot on Friday, we saw it Monday, and we saw it Tuesday. So kind of just expecting more of the same if we don't see anyone really start to pick it up. But yeah. All right, I'm out of here before I die. Goodbye.